Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. Iagra, the Orcish Fiddler here. Welcome back. It is Tuesday. Val, welcome in. I'm glad that it is going. Looking forward to some fun dungeons. Yes, that is the type of dungeons that I'm hoping to run into. The not fun dungeons are not fun. The fun dungeons are fun. It's right there on the label. Most of the time. Anybody tuning in with captions turned on or the YouTube VOD, I fixed the problem. Not that the closed captioning was that great of quality in the first place, but yeah. I was having the closed captioning record audio from the wrong source because I switched my audio because I got a new mixer. Whoops! That's fixed. But yeah. Not a whole lot going on. I had a little bit of sleep interruption, so I might be a little bit sleepy. I do have today's snack is a protein cookie. It is snickerdoodle flavored, so that is set aside should anybody wish to feed the orc. But, yeah, there's not a whole lot going on, so let me move Discord out of the way. Let's go ahead and, oh, it helps if I move that where I want it to be. So what I was thinking of doing originally was just do a bunch of Mages Guild stuff until the next thing popped up. And I looked at my notes. Let me actually pull them back up. And I have a thing here that's like, it feels unresolved, so maybe I should go back there. So there was this whole thing. Lysandus was in love with court sorceress Medora Dyrene. Minas Sarah banished her from court. She is on Isle of Belfiera, but maybe cursed and cannot leave. So I'm wondering if maybe we shouldn't go back there and try to find her. And failing that, I don't know, maybe just faff around in there until something happens. Usually the way that this goes is the main quest just sort of drops in your lap eventually, so that's probably what we'll do. We'll just wait for the main quest to drop into our lap. In the meantime, that gets us out of this horrifically warm desert region. Oh, actually, before I... Well, I'll wait till later. I'll have to make a note. No, I don't care what today is. I want to look at my inventory. Okay, sword, axe. I'm carrying just a little gold because I got a letter of credit. Alright, I think we're good. Let's see, the Isle was... yeah, right here. Okay, so we've got... Biori... oh, this is a different region. Really? This one island is a different region. Okay. So we've got Warwitch, Gallow Market, Singbra, bruh. I think I made that joke last time. Blackhead, Upvale, Singbray. There's a few ports. What we're gonna do, I think we're just gonna start at this little tiny one and just like work our way down and just figure out what the heck is on this island. So we're gonna go by ship. We're gonna go recklessly because that'll take less time. 255 gold is fine. So let's go on a trip. Let's go on an ocean voyage. And of course I arrive in the middle of the night. What does this town look like? Well, it's got a temple, which I'm not terribly keen on joining. But we might have to do that if we want to do questy stuff, because I don't know if there's anything else. The Laughing Giant. Ho ho ho. No, that's the Green Giant. That would just be an orc, wouldn't it? Wait, who sells? None of you look like an innkeeper. You look like an innkeeper. Okay, I need a room, please. Just for tonight. And snacks. You don't sell cookies. What would be the closest proximity to a cookie? Pie. Nom, 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 nom. Anyway. We want it to... I just want it to be daytime, so... Rest for a while. Just get 8 hours of sleep. Four in the morning. Okay, 10 hours of sleep. The shops aren't open, but that's okay. Door. Exit? Nope, other doors. Oh, exit, okay. Well, actually, I want breakfast first. Food. Gruel. Yum, 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 yum. It's like oatmeal. Kinda. Sort of, maybe. I don't know. Alright. So what we got going on here? Not a lot. Well, there should be some people walking around at some point. We can just ask a random person. Oh, okay. Sun's just gonna jump into the air like that. Dagger, my fault. It's an orc. And Zug Zug to as well, Satiated Gria. Welcome in, guys. How you doing today? I hope that you are well. It is an orc. In fact, it is this sexy looking orc. We're just kind of faffing around until the main quest drops into our lap. Regional. Any fighters guild on the island? Try asking someone else. Alright. Your wife tried to kill you with an ottoman couch thing? Fellow there is looking awesome. I appreciate... Whoops. Yeah, that is the right one. I do appreciate the efforts that they made to try to make them look halfway decent. Alright. How can you help me? You can help me by telling me about... just things in the region. Like, are there any... what did I just look for? Fighters Guild? Yeah, Fighters Guild. No idea. What about his Mages Guild? Upvale. Okay. Did you counter-attack with the coffee table? That is a good question. In the battle of Ottoman versus coffee table. Does anybody win? Okay. So we know if we want to do Mages Guild stuff, we can go to Upvale. Which is... right here. Okay. And that may take us to... dungeon question marks? Any news? The Knights of the Rose got the short end of the stick in some deal. Now they're out to get the Shadow Trainers. We're holding your kid, didn't think that she'd make a very high attack roll. You did fall to a knee and screech, though, so her defense was lowered. Do we need to roll more dice? See, the thing is, Corgi, you've got to be carrying snacks. That gives you advantage. Oh, we're rolling a d8? Okay. We're gonna roll... I'm gonna grab the red one. Because it's just the first one I grabbed. So, 1d8. You rolled a 2. You don't know how this one works? Oh, you just put in what you want me to roll. I can roll up to 10 of any particular dice. So, like, if you wanted me to roll 10d8, I can roll 10d8. And I've got, you know, all of them. d4, d6, d8, d10, including the d100 percentiles, d12, and d20. In all the colors of the rainbow. I have some very gay dice. Actually, I just really like things that are chromatically ordered. It's just one of my things. Like, when I was a kid, when I would get crayons, I would chromatically order them. It's just how my brain worked. Oh, let me allow that because there was a typo. How depressing using a body as a weapon is 1d4 plus strength? Well, only if you're untrained. Actually, is it 1d4? I think it depends on the system. I thought it was like 1 damage plus strength if you have no training. If you have fighter training, I think it's 1d6? 1d8 if you use both hands. And then as a monk, the damage dice increases with your level. That's what 5th edition said. You could have skimmed it incorrectly. I could be misremembering what it is for untrained, unarmed attacks. You're not a fighter primarily. Yeah, I was. Yeah, the story that I've well, I haven't read it in a while because nobody's redeemed it. But the one that I was working on, that I've been reading, that one actually was one that I had to research, like fighter levels plus mystic levels for that multi-class for the orc. 1 damage plus strength sounds like bar fight rules. Yeah. I used 5e.tools to pick up what I know about the rule set. So I could be wrong. They could be wrong. I don't know. I am by no means an expert when it comes to D&D or tabletop role-playing games. In fact, don't tell anyone, but I've never played a tabletop game. One cool thing about TTRPG is you can make rules up. Yeah, homebrew is good. I like creating systems. I am currently bashing my face against the wall trying to figure out a combat system that I've got mostly figured out. If you have ever played or heard of Darklands, I'm trying to pull inspiration from that, where you've got like an armor value, and then like all the weapons have like a penetration value, and how well you penetrate the armor depends on like how much damage you actually do. So, like, I have a separate hit roll, and then if you hit, then how much damage you do is going to depend on how well the weapon penetrates wherever you're hitting. So, like, if you've got, let's say, only, chain on limbs and plate on vitals, then, and the hit lands on an arm, and you're using, like, let's say we hit with a sword. Well, chainmail is going to be pretty resistant to slashing damage, but it'll convert that slashing damage after it, like, removes a portion. I want it to convert it to bludgeoning damage, because you can still get a broken arm by getting hit with a sword wearing mail, or a broken bone. The thing is, that's the concept I'm trying to figure out, but I haven't figured out the details. And that's been a big pain in the ass. Because it's kind of convoluted. It's the kind of thing that making a dice-based beta test of it is kind of difficult. So, yeah. That's where my hobby has taken me. You love making up rules and worlds and things. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, Corgi. I've got basically every creative thing that I've done in Scrivener has little bits and pieces of stuff that I've made up in this world. I've still got to compile them all into one file. I'm working on it. It'll get there eventually. What was I asking this lady about? I'm staring at her and she's just like, is he okay? Is this orc okay? He's just sort of standing here staring at me. Regional. Fighters Guild. Honestly, couldn't say. Okay, so we know that there's a Mages Guild in Upvale. We don't know if there's a Fighters Guild anywhere on this island. Or group of islands, so... Okay, well, thank you, lady. How about you? Do you know if there's a Fighters Guild? Try asking someone else. Okay. I think what I need to do I need to do my pretty orc spell. Oh, nope. Regional. Don't know, really. Here, I'll be polite to people. See if that gets me anywhere. Try asking someone else. I think this just means that it doesn't exist. Honestly, couldn't tell you. Alright. What if I'm blunt with you? Couldn't tell you. Okay, I think it just doesn't exist. So, there's a mages guild, there is not a fighters guild, and that's fine. That's fine. It's not a problem. So we're on this little island. There's a dungeon. Oh, there's like a few dungeons. Okay. Wait, where am I at? Oh. Oh, these weren't docks. That's why I didn't go there. Okay. There's a plantation. There's a farm. There's a farmstead. There's an orchard. Gallon Market. Ashton Crypts. Morehouse Farmstead. Okay. Yeah, mostly just houses. I don't think... Well, I guess I'll leave temples on the map. We'll check out this plantation just to kind of see what it's about. Go by foot. Wait, really? It's forcing a player-controlled journey? Hang on. Okay, there it goes. It bugged out, that's all. Okay. Oh, a young courier dryly hands you a letter, then stalks off without saying a word. Okay. I think the next part of the quest line just landed in our lap. Agent Duke. Okay. Dear Iagra, Queen Akarithi of Sentinel spoke highly of you as a brave, able, and unprejudiced orc. Her actual words were a hero. Aw, how kind. For some time we have been looking for someone like that. We will not lie to you about our loyalties. We serve the Underking. If you are a believer in fairy tales and consider the Underking the ultimate force of evil, we apologize for misjudging you. Otherwise, we need your help. You can find me at the Yoming residence of the Farmstead in Sentinel. I will wait 1 month. Oh. Well, shoot, this one's time limited. I don't remember that. Let me check my notes. You're going to start walking up to people, handing them a cryptic letter, and then silently walking away. I love that idea for you, Val, but I'm a little concerned about how they will take it. And the other question is, how will you dress? I want to make sure that I stay on track when it comes to helping helping our orcs, and I don't want to get locked out of it. So I'm looking at my itinerary. You'll dress decently, well enough to blend into a crowd. Okay, that's good. Now, what will the contents of the letters be? If you're looking for something really cryptic or just, I don't know what the word is, Does anybody remember? I'm pretty sure they still sell them. If not, does anybody remember there was like a soap with a whole bunch of text on the label? Like the bar of soap or the bottle of soap, it just had text, little tiny text all over it. And it was like, what would you call that? Not like preaching. Dr. Bronner's, yeah, I think that's it. That's Dr. something. Yeah. Talking about like the one or something like that. I don't remember what it's all about. And being clean and something. I don't know, it's been so long. One of my back when I lived in Ohio, we had a roommate who bought that stuff just because they liked the soap, not because of the message. And I just remember reading it, and I'm thinking to myself, that is certainly unique. Like, that is a thing that I have never encountered in my life. The soap is good? Okay, yeah. I don't remember using it myself. I'm pretty sure it was a liquid soap that he had. Like, I had my own stuff, so it's like, I didn't want to use his. I think he kept it with him anyway, so it's like not like it mattered. Hey, Wolf, welcome in. How you doing today? I hope that you're well. I need to know. Need to know if this is going to lock me out of anything. Oh no, my notes do have this in the itinerary. Have a positive reputation with the agents of the Underking. That must be what this is for. You're hanging in there? Alright. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're hanging in there. I hope that your day gets better than just hanging in there and that things go well for you. I'm doing alright. A little sleepy because of the interrupted thing. So, I should start doing these things. Let's try that again. Whoops. There we go. Sorry, SG, I had to. So last night, I ended up waking up really early. It's like, when I woke up, I checked my phone, and it's like 1 minute ago I got the email from Satiated Gria going live and streaming Car. He likes to play Car. Just at random times. Be sure to give him a follow. If you like Car, then you might enjoy Satiated Gria. Sometimes he even streams like a normal person. But he's a cool guy. Be sure to check him out. And, of course, check out Hungry Guri as well. Oh, I have to wait 50... Well, fine, I'll just do this. Picky. Hungry Guria and Satiated Guria are partners. And, HG has a YouTube video up with... You know, they work together. SG does a lot of camera, film stuff, really cool effects on HG's latest video on YouTube. If you check out her channel and do !new vid, you'll get a link to her latest video. I really recommend checking it out. Just for checking out how much fun they had putting the intro together. The review itself is, of course, is always good. But yeah, check them out. Give them a follow. And while we're at it, It's like me, Val kind of mentioned this earlier today. It's like we're kind of like just streaming to friends, so you probably already know each other, maybe you already follow each other. I don't know, but check Val out too. They were streaming a little bit of Blasphemous 2, playing in some chandeliers by the looks of it, and they were finding babies and. Unfortunately, I had to work, so I only got, like, I caught some of the beginning and some of the end. So I missed a lot of the middle. You did have the chandelier fight, yes. It looked like that was a struggle. I only got to catch some of it while I was having some lunch. But yeah, check them out. You should check each other out, because you are all awesome people. And I appreciate each and every one of you. It was tougher than you remembered. Was there, like, a difficulty setting that might have adjusted that, or is that just the default? There's just one setting. Meanwhile, I guess we better go back to Sentinel. Ports. We want to go to Sentinel. Buy ship recklessly. Oh, that only saves 5 gold. Okay. They seem to have rebalanced some stuff when they did the free DLC. Ah, okay. Where are we going? Okay, that's not what I want. Correct buttons, please. At the farmstead. The farmstead. Ooh. Okay. We need to find the farmstead. We'll do this one cautiously. Okay, here we are. We're at the farmstead. Where it looks like they've got some bushes of fruits. And some vegetables. Someone says come in. I hope that's a closet. Nobody up here. Wolfie is about. Okay, I guess maybe that's a bathroom? Oh, jeez. What are you doing with that spinning wheel? Standing on it? Floating? Okay, you know what? Not gonna ask questions. Hello, Gorm. So, on a positive side, we can now say that we are not Gormless. Whatever that means. Good day, Iagra. My name is Gormy. Is that like gourmet? Sure, well, let's call you Gourmet. I like that better. Gourmet. I must admit, I am surprised to see you. Are you perhaps able to help the Underking in an endeavor against the necromancers? We will provide you liberally for this service, and provide information you will probably not be able to find elsewhere. Sure. You will. Remarkable. The necromancers have taken an item of ours, a sandals of some value. I love the grammar. A sandals of some value. It is good grammar, I often. The value is of secondary concern. The true problem is that they cursed this item and gave it to the Blades. If you are unaware, the Blades were once the honor guard for Tiber Septim. What do you mean once? They should remain. Today they are loyal to the Empire and Tiber's code, but not always to the current Emperor. Oh, okay, I got it. The Underking has reason to not wish harm upon the Blades. We want you to infiltrate Castle Lulug Witch in Yakalan and remove the sandals. Please have this done in 307 days if you want your information and reward. Oops, time for meds. 1 second. Castle Lugwich in Yakalan. Is that here? Or is that a country? Is Yakalan a country? Not country, county. Reppin', welcome in. Caught me right in the middle of having a drink. Welcome in, Reppin'. How you doing today? Awoo. Right back at you. And thank you for the wake up awoo earlier. Eepy? Oh, you need your own time to wake up with an awoo. Let's give a woos of some form if you got them to Reppin'. Help him wake up. Work is tomorrow. Yeah, and that whole societal thing where we gotta do things that we don't want to do necessarily and in exchange get money for it so that we can buy things like food and internets. Okay, Yakalan. We gotta go to Yakalan. You thought it was tonight through Wednesday, then back on track, huh? Okay, now we're back at the farmstead. So is Yakalan County? It is. Okay. Well, the first thing we need to do is get across the sea, I think. So let's just get to a port first and foremost. You cannot travel by ship from here since there's no port. Oh, whoops. All right. Let's get to a port first. We'll just go recklessly. Well, no, we'll go cautiously. It's not going to change anything. Today's normal, just not a stream night. Yeah, I was a little surprised, Reppin'. Usually I see you go live. But no, actually you mentioned that you were going to take some time off. I forget why. Gonna go on a little walk with Luck, who says hi. Hi, Luck. How you doing? I hope that you are well. Probably be back later. Well, I hope you enjoy your walk. I didn't get to go for a walk today. I kind of had to juggle a bunch of other things, so enjoy that walk on my behalf as well, please. And I hope you have a good one. We'll catch you later. What was I doing? Oh, port. I gotta catch a ship. I gotta remember which button does that. I got a question. If I go to Yakalan, seriously, there's a port here? Okay, we'll do it. It's like, whatever. They're giving me a few hundred days. I'll do it in 6. Hold on. Just in case. Ship, reckless, inns. Yeah, for some reason it's longer if you camp out, which, okay. 6 days. For some reason our boat just zips right through the land in 6 days. Of course, we arrive there at night. That's fine because this is not our ultimate destination. Planning? Quest? 300 days left. Okay, we need to go to Castle Lugwich. Okay. I'm rethinking my strategy on where I want to place my recall marker. We'll have to see. But let's look for... Find... Lug. Yes, I would like to travel here. We'll go cautiously. horses passed this way recently. Someone has cleared the underbrush here. This is a castle, all right. Do I want to set a recall here? My concern is that this is going to be a convoluted dungeon. Ooh. Okay. We've got our saves. If we completely biff it, probably not a bad idea. Yeah, it's only 6 days lost, so we'll anchor it here. Well, I'm glad somebody approves. Okay. We've anchored. We've got a save. Oop. Run into the corner. Okay. I hear undead. I heard you when I was still startled by you. Hi, orc friend. Did you come to help me with this? Or are you here to challenge me to a duel? Okay, I accept your challenge. Come on. Oh, over here. There's plenty of room. Oh. Better luck next time. I'm gonna steal all your stuff. Because my wagon is right here. When you get up, keep an eye on my horse and my wagon for me, would you? Yeah, I guess I'll take all this as well, since, again, my wagon is right here. This is not a randomized dungeon. Which is refreshing. Jeez. Somebody must be behind the door, because they just scared the crap out of me. Hi. Hang on. Hold on. I'm trying to hit the right button on my thing. I'll take steel and up. Oops, you're not steel. Elven Greaves, though. That'll be worth something. Interesting statue. Not sure what it means. Huh. I don't recall any creatures like this in Elder Scrolls lore. It's got a shell almost, it looks like. Otherwise, I would say it almost looks Argonian. Or Saxleal, depending on whether or not you are native to the region. And that's just... Let's just not think about what people might do with a statue with a mouth like that. Oh, okay. So that guy just had like this cozy little room here. Oh, hold on. Does not unlock. Let's grab our lockpicks. There we go. Loot piles. There's a few loot piles. I don't know that I necessarily want potion recipes. You can have this back. Hang on, let me find it. Here, you can have that. I guess we'll try the side rooms and then we'll go down that one. Okay. Boy, this lock sure is difficult to pick. Oh, see? I'm ready to advance in lock picking. Oh, hang on. Okay, it does not unlock. Okay, use the lockpick again. See? I'm getting better at this lockpicking thing already. Why? Why is there a door that just leads to another? Okay, there's loot. Yeah, I don't want that. A casual cloak. Very pretty. It's red. Do I want a red cloak? Oops. No, I wanted to equip it. I don't want it to be inside cloak. I want it to be... actually, no. No, just leave it like that. For now. We'll figure out fashion later. Little Red Riding Hood, I am not. Jerk. Iron, steel, I'll take the steel. Iron chain. I hear a nymph. We're gonna leave a coin here. This is gonna be a question mark. We're not going this way yet. We're going this way. Ask HG about Apple Crisp? Apple Crisp? Is that a candy? Is that a cereal? Wee! I didn't think it was that close. It's a baked good. Well, I love things with apples in them. So I will actually pause for a second so I can write myself a note. Ask HG about Apple Crisp baked good. Okay. Is there something in particular that has prompted this this request? There are friend orcs. Hi, orc friends. You are staring into the corner. That wall must be very... Hey, there's a dead guy. Oh, you just made one. Oh, well, I know that you guys have a reputation for making delicious things, especially you, SG. So, boy, now that's going to be one of those things where I wish I was there. Yeah, next time she streams, she'll have to tell us how that was. Hi, guys. How you doing today? You want to challenge me? Okay. You want to be next? You hope she posts... Oh, did it turn out very good visually as well? Okay, come on. You can attack me if you like. Okay. Steel, chain, leather. It's baking still, so no idea how it's going to be. Well, I bet it's going to be delicious. Ooh, an orcish battle axe. Elven flail, steel warhammer, a map. Oh. Let me get my notes. God, I have so many maps that I have not even bothered to explore yet. Okay. Hawkwing Tower. And I forget what county we're in. Give me 1 second here. I know I can't travel while indoors. I just want to look at the map. Shoot, does anybody remember where we're at? Oh, Yakalan. Alright. Okay. Back down to my itinerary. Okay. Go ahead and save that. That's just a piece of paper on the floor. Dead barbarian. Well, that barbarian couldn't stand against a couple of orcs. Gosh, I want apple pastries now. Bunch of papers and maps and things like that. I guess this is accounting. Oh no, I feel bad now. I just beat up a couple of orcish accountants. I'm sorry, guys. Well, I'm sure they'll feel better soon. See, I appreciate this difference of kind here. I don't know if I'm going the right way or not, but this is a more interesting dungeon than the nonsense I've been through so far. It's a little bit more linear as well. He says right before this happens. Let's see. Ooh, a mithril helm. Gimme. I'm sticking that on my head. After I knock out all the bits of brain. Let's see. I'll take the flail. I'll take your pants. I'll take your boots. Actually, what was your shield? That one's leather. Okay, never mind. This is just a dead end, which is fine. Hello. Could you not? I was just admiring your shirtlessness. Oh, okay, hi. Let's take a peek in here real quick. Okay, well. Oh, this is locked. The spell sword somewhere just died. Twarn't me. I didn't do it. I should meditate, which means I should switch over to axe. Let's remove that and pick it back up. So it's at the bottom of my inventory. Actually, I should wait until that's... There we go. Now I can save. I don't want to go down yet. I feel like this is going to be a dead end. No, it's a door. Jeez. Skeleton sword. Ow! That hurt. Let me just cast Nope on that. Another chain. Is this worth any money? Werewolf blood. Poor werewolves. Okay, this is getting convoluted fast. Alright, so let's drop a coin. So I do want to go down now. Just to see if maybe this terminates more quickly. Which it looks like it does. Literally. Gonna sneak up on you and hit you in the... Okay. Apparently the two of them had a fight. A steel bow. Steel saber. A unicorn horn. An arrow. Ooh, a lever. No, that's not a lever, that's a stick. An easy mistake to make. Hold on, my, refresh that real quick. No, this is... I thought maybe there was a doohickey that would go up and down. An elevator or something. But no. Somebody's watching a really fun television program somewhere. Oh! I was gonna... Gold piece! That's my gold piece. Okay, we looped around, so... That's fine. Okay. This is fine. The doors are closed, so it's easier for me to kind of figure out what's what. Hi. I'm gonna hit you with an axe. You're not very well armored. Which is a terrible idea. Critical strike. Let's do this door first. Oh, this is a door plus hallway. Okay. That didn't open. Okay, good. We're actually going to go this way first. Hi. A mithril battle axe. Another map. Oh gosh, hang on. Grab my notes. Okay, ruins of Yeum Fields Hold in Yakalan. Okay. That is leather. I don't care about that. Okay, what else we got going on around here? Hi. I can't carry anymore. I'm going to split you from navel to nose. Does anybody know what that's from? Okay, let's go ahead and quit you then. Oh, that's the guy I just killed. He's leaking out of the wall. Very inconvenient to be leaking out of a wall. Okay, we'll go this way. Oh. I feel somewhat bad. Oh, no. Is this poison or disease? Oh, it's hitting endurance. I've been poisoned. Alright, well, let's see if we can cure that. That was easy. Alright, we are in good shape now. Hi. I'm going to smack you with a hammer. Let's see, 26, 25, 375. I can't carry it, however. Here, take, oh, 8.75. Big hammer stuff tends to be super heavy. Yeah, flails and hammers. I don't need arrows. So we'll get rid of that, and I'll take you. Chain, steel. Okay, I think we're good. Hi, rat. Hold still so I can pound you. Alright. It's wet down here. We'll go down momentarily. I want to see if there's anything else on this level before I do that. I'm going to say probably. Oh. Excuse me. Cat fight. Look at that, neither of you won. And the nymph has money and... let's see, 4, 8, 40, 30. Boy, they sure were gory when they were doing these graphics back then, weren't they? I mean, I get it, you're probably equipped with a sword, you're just hacking and slashing into these creatures. Oh, oh, hi. Okay, then. Let us... Yeah, I know I'm carrying too much to stay afloat. I don't want to be afloat. Oh, that's as fast as I can go. Okay. Oh. Whoops. Okay, that was a Lamia, apparently. And some loot. I'll just take it all. Not seeing anything else. Get a quick bubble of air here. Oh, this is just the dead end. Okay. Yay, my swimming is better. Always good. Now let's get out of here. Swim, swim, swim to the surface before my guild spell wears off. There we go. I think that takes care of anything that we need to do in the water area. So I believe this door is going to be next. I do want to take a quick nap, however. Alright, left or right? Let's do stairs first. I hear doors. I see doors. Hi there. Yes, yes, I know. I hear you behind me. Just wait your turn. Time for a Doom Dark Ages break. Oh, is that what you're playing, Wolf? Are you ripping and tearing? You can't carry anymore. Let us give you steel flail. Chapter 17 out of 22. Almost there. Well, that is good. You're making some steady progress there for sure. So aloe 4 to 40. I'll take this and I'll take that. Those are worth money. Thought I heard a door, so it must be over in this direction somewhere. More stairs. Hi. Silver warhammer, but I can't carry it. Let's exchange you for you. 12.2 hours placed in. Talk about a dedication to a Doom game. Ah, if you want real dedication, wait until you learn how to speedrun it. Have I been here? Oh, no, somebody just opened the door. Okay. Speaking of Doom, those are sounds from Doom. Like, I recognize those. Leather, steel. Yeah, that'll be good. Are you loot? You are loot. Money. Dragon scales. You know, I'm carrying a cloak I don't actually need. It's a kilogram, but still. Speedrunning a Doom game, you're good. Are you sure? Real quick here, I should do that. Oh, we're starting to get a little bit convoluted with our passages here. Oh, no, we're not. Must have already been there. I think. Hang on. Is this my handiwork? I think it's my handiwork. Yeah, I just went in a circle. That's all. Speedrunning takes patience. It sure does. You've got to be super patient if you want to finish the game as fast as possible. You could do a casual speedrun. You know, not competitively. Just sort of like figure out how to get through it fast. Alright, I see you. If you were to speedrun a game you'd like to do for a survival horror game, something like Resident Evil and Silent Hill. That's fair. Oh shoot, I'm running out of inventory space. What can I give you? Let's give you the Steel Warhammer. Okay. Let's, oh. That didn't go the direction I thought I was going to, but okay. Ow. Hang on. You opened the door. Now it's gonna be loud, lady. You jerk. It's loud. It's terrible. I hate it. I can't fix it because of that. Okay, Bunch of levers. Alright, get away from all that. Oh, so loud. I feel bad. Oh, God. I have been poisoned. Oh, hang on. Dang it, you made me miss my elevator. Wait. Oh, it didn't work. Here, we'll... Yeah, I don't want to faff around with that. We gotta guarantee it. Can I have... Oh, did these levers just make this go up and down? That would be a little ridiculous. I think there's stuff... Oh, hi. I think there's stuff that's just like... Oh, a vampire. Oh, no, that's not good. Ow, don't hit me. I don't want to be a vampire. Oh, okay. I see we're getting into the screechy undead section of the castle. What am I even doing down here? I'm looking for sandals. Do you have sandals? You know, considering I have, like, maxed out strength, I'm surprised how many hits these things are taking. See, 3 kilograms. I can't carry it. That should do. I hear a skeleton somewhere. Oh, oh, wait! Was that supposed to be my stop? Oh my god. Okay, there is nothing here, so... A bunch of or hi. Don't give me that nonsense. It'll have to be loud. Oh, my restoration is finally going up. Okay. Where's the secret? I'm hearing a secret. There it is. A lever. I don't know what it does, but I'm going to open it. Or hit it, or manipulate it. Utilize it. I don't know if this is a place I should be. This is... I guess if I want to go that way, I can do that, so I'll just get it ready. Any... Hi. I don't even know what any of these levers do. They could be doing things that are helpful or doing things that are harmful. Ma'am, that was very rude sneaking up to our orcish fiddler. Yeah, I mean, nobody here's got any manners. I gotta wait for this paralysis to wear off. Have I been here? This door's open. Oh, I have been here. Okay. Well, that explains that. Did I come this way? I'm very confused right now. This might be another situation where I have to use a map. At the very least, I might need to teleport back. Hello? Oh no. The elevator's stuck. Okay. We're not going back that way. How about this way? Okay, there we go. Oh, hang on. Okay, this was the way I originally came, I think. Ooh, bye. I hope you didn't have anything on there that was... Oh, I've been here before. Well, darn it, you're gonna go and make me chase your damn body. Hang on, I gotta unsquish you. Yeah, I don't think we need any of that. Hello? Elevator? They already hit the ground like a brick. That fall was amazing. I do appreciate that, that I'm not the only one that's subject to fall damage. I guess we'll go this way, because this door's not open yet. Hi. Okay, well, that terminated pretty quick. I do hear a... Oh my goodness, why? What I got here that's heavy? Let's just get rid of the steel stuff. Chameleon form, I don't care. Money. The rest of that can stay. Door? Door? I hear a door. Apparently it's not where I think it is. Somewhere over here, perhaps? Is it? Somewhere over here. No, somewhere behind there. I don't trust these levers anymore. They might be getting elevators stuck. I don't know. Oh, well, here's a door. Hi. Did you open this? Did you make that make sounds? It's not making sounds now, so maybe you're fine. I think we're good there. Hello, lever? There we go. Oh, jeez, I thought that was gonna squish me. Hi, orc friend. You want a duel? Oh, I win. Here. Let's give you a steel wakizashi, steel longsword. Let's give you a steel short bow. I'll give you this too. There, you got a bunch of extra steel weapons. So, when you wake up, make good use of them. But not against me. You know, because we've already established that I can kick your ass. Excuse me. Excuse me, miss. Can you get away from the door? Did I open this? There we go. Okay, now I can get through it if I want. Hi, guys. Oh, I'll help you with that. Okay, now I'll kill you. Ow. Could you... No, hold on, lady. I gotta loot your companions. Ooh, adamantium saber. Ancient vampire. Money. Dang it! Shoot, this is all stuff I want. Ooh, a book. Books are worth money. Dang it, I can't carry anymore. Oh, this looks important. Hang on. Whoa, what happened to my stamina? Oh no, I'm poisoned! Pretty sure I'm poisoned. Well, not anymore. Oh, that was almost bad. Oh no! What's happening? What's happening? This is not poison. What is happening? What's happening? What's happening? Oh, bad. Oh, bad. Yeah, I tried poison. I tried disease. I may be having a problem. I may be having a problem. Hang on. Sandals. Okay, grab that. Anything else here I need? Oh, it's a spell. There's a spell against me. That's what's wrong. We need to go. We do have sandals, right? Yeah, sandals, right there. Okay. I need to teleport out. Okay, I think I'm safe to rest. You drop to the ground completely exhausted. You awaken 1 hour later. Oh. What was that? Oh. Jesus. You interfere with the plans of the King of Worms. Fear for your mortal life. Oh, for crying out loud. Hey, don't make the mistake I did. Notice this says small statue. It's 15 kilograms. That's not small. Can I rest until fully healed? No. Okay. More nonsense from you guys. I am silenced. Body has no treasure. That's fine. I don't care about that. Let me take a nap. Okay, are we done with shenanigans? Holy crap. Yeah, the Worm King. Apparently they don't like me meddling around in affairs. Unfortunately, I had to leave a bunch of stuff behind because I was in a panic. So if I had lost all of my stamina in that dungeon, I would have fallen unconscious and the monsters would have eaten me. It didn't matter whether or not I was in a safe place. If you're in a dungeon, as far as I've experienced, if you fall unconscious from stamina loss, that's it. It's game over. So one of those vampires must have hit me with a spell that drains my stamina, and by a big chunk. So that was nearly a big problem. Yeah, then the rats get me, pretty much. They nibble on my unconscious body until it's a dead body, and then they have themselves a feast. There's a lot of work to get through for those rats, and I don't want to be a feast for rats. Let's see. Let me take a look at my notes here. Castle Lugwich. So I got that. Okay, it's a town in Sentinel. Well, we can't teleport back, so... we'll just go to Sentinel. We need to go to a port first. Excuse me. So, we'll travel to Column. Actually, let's go ahead and, while we're here, we'll take advantage of their shops. No. Wrong way. So yeah, that was, on the plus side, I didn't have to teleport back. Like, it was a good thing I found what I did when I did. You open. You're closed because I gotta wait a couple more hours. Oh, I'm not selling things here. You got high mercantile skill. I'm not gonna get as much money. Let's see. You gave the chipmunks a bunch of peanuts today as part of the ongoing payment contract for their acting roles in the videos. I appreciate that you pay your animal actors. I mean, you're paying them in peanuts, but I'm sure that, you know, if they had any grievances, they would form a union. Let's see, how many? 36. Do I have 36 things to sell? Oh, well, this is fine. $12,994 gold for this orcish axe. Let's hold on to it for a minute. 7 to 17 damage. You think they enjoy getting exotic food delivered straight to them? I noticed that chipmunk made a real effort to try to get the whole peanut stuffed in its mouth. Do you accept other things? You do not. Well, let's find someplace better to sell it. I'll go over here. Mr. Puffy and Mr. Puffy's friends are very cute. And I appreciate that they make cameos in the videos that you guys work on. There we are. Wait, what? Oh. Jewelry, books. I don't think I grabbed that book, did I? I think I was in too much of a hurry. Shoot. Well, it's fine. I'm not out that much gold. This guy should sell or buy my armor. You there, I've got lots of things for you. Or not. Just a few things. think I was actually getting more gold from the other guy, but hey, screw it, it's fine. And now I need to find somebody who deals in ingredients. But before I do that... Lots of weapons. Nothing great in terms of armor, unfortunately. Okay, we need to find an alchemist. Oh wait, another armor shop. We'll look inside. Oh, I should have sold it here. I would have gotten more money. Daedric Wakazashi, but I don't use blades. Clothing store, general store. I think that's the bank. No, that's a general store. There's got to be an alchemist around here somewhere. Pardon me. Where can I find an alchemist? I don't understand. Is that supposed to mean something to me? Do you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? Listen, I don't give directions to people who talk to me like that. Okay, hold on. Let me reset. Gotta be around here somewhere. Yeah, that's that way. Just keep going southeast. Okay. Okay, good. Mapped. Okay, he doesn't know where that place is. That's fine. Oh, all the way on that side of town? Jeez. Hi. Do you know where this is? Why on Tamriel would I want me to know? Because I'm beautiful. Or I will be in just a moment. Thank you. The feeling when the customer just ululates at you. Or ululates. I'm mispronouncing that. That's not a word that I use, so I don't even know what it means. I'll have to look it up. Let's look it up. Oh, I got somebody woofing at me. Yay. Ululate. No. Should have just done it in thing. Okay, Google, could you pike off? How or wail as an expression of strong emotion, typically grief.
Ululate.
Ululate. I don't know. I don't think I was ululating at the guy. Was I? Anyway, they're both on this side of town. Well, that's... Oh, well, whatever. More so from the shopkeeper's point of view? Yeah, but then I'm the customer. So would that... I'm the one that's ululating? I can have a conversation about this word now because I looked it up and know what it means. I feel smart. If he doesn't understand you. Well, that wasn't a shopkeeper. That was just a random person on the street. I was trying to get directions to these alchemists. And they're like, I don't know what words you're saying. Like, these words that you're saying, I don't understand them. And I'm like, why? Okay, this is... Okay, hi. I need to sell some things at you. Not those, though. 10 dragon scales. does this go up? Yay, it's ready. I think we're done here. Let us go to Sentinel. Buy ship, please. Recklessly, please. We're going to take our ship, we're going to drive it through the land, just vroom, 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 until we get to Sentinel. It's going to take us 6 days. And we arrive at night. It's not our problem. Because now we go to playing horse. Is there a game called Horse? And if there was, would you play it? Do they have horses in car? Probably not. I don't blame you. What if it was that one Barbie horse game? Some people have played that and found that they unironically liked it. I think it was one of the newer consoles. I think it was something disc-based, maybe GameCube or Wii? I don't remember. I know it had voice acting, because I remember seeing a clip from Ugblutt's channel. There is a horse category. That does not surprise me. Where... Okay, I gotta look at my thing here. No, I don't even know what that was. I just know it was not what I wanted. Oh, fantastic. Okay, well, I know I have a letter. Hang on. The farmstead. Right. You have returned cold and wet. Oh no, Reppin. Well, I hope you're able to get nice and dry now. Take off all those wet clothes. You'll catch a cold. Locke, help him take off all of his clothes. Reppin, help Locke take off all of his clothes. I'm sure he's cold and wet too. Sometimes a good game can be hidden under a strange property like Barbie. Yeah, it is unusual. Quick visit and interest. Where was I going? Oh yeah, the farm. Find farm. Go to the farm. Yes. Cautiously, on foot, inns begin. All right. But other than being cold and wet, I do hope that your walk was enjoyable. I remembered the closet you stored yourself in. Well done, Iagrab. Let me cast... excuse me. Let me cast this spell upon the sandals, and there. The sandals is now safe and yours to keep. Not even death can hide a true descendant of Tiber Septim from the Underking. King Lysandus did not die in the battle of Cringane. He was slain by treachery before it. The monument to him in High Rock is an empty tomb. His remains were secretly taken to an ancient tomb in Menevia, which I will now reveal to you. I do not know who betrayed Lysandus, nor why his spirit haunts the city of Daggerfall, and not the battlefield of Cringane. I have kept my part of the bargain, and you have earned the gratitude of the Underking. Okay, let me make a note of that. Okay, Lysandus was not killed in the Battle of Cringane. He was slain by treachery before it. The monument... I think I spelled that right. No, monument? No, monument, yeah. Monument? Is that how you spell monument? What else is it going to be spelled? English is hard. Monument to him in Hyrock is an empty tomb. Remains were taken to ancient tomb in Nineveh, which, whoops, let's not misspell that, because that's important. Ancient tomb in Nineveh, which Gourmet revealed to us. Not yet known who betrayed him, or why his spirit haunts Daggerfall. Okay. Yeah, and unfortunately, even though you can layer armor on top of clothing, you cannot layer armor footwear over clothing footwear. So like if I were to equip that, it would take off my mithril boots, which I don't want to do. So I'll have to get these identified. Because I don't think they come identified. Yeah, item powers of unknown. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that was nice. We've got information. So I guess we go there next. Go ahead and save. Manavia, where is that? Oh, right here. All right. Oh. Buh. Here it is, right there, Lysandra's tomb. Okay, that's convenient. We need to find a port. Go by ship. Cannot travel. Oh, right. You hear a distant, unearthly moan. A ghostly wail shatters the silence. I don't know what to expect here, so create an anchor. Hey, I like this guy's taste in statues. This one's a little questionable. But, lots of orcs. And I'm hearing... What am I hearing? Shoot, I can't remember what makes that sound. There's a floating skull? Oh, okay, it's a teleporter. Cool. Oh, no. Zombie, stop. Hang on. Okay, door, you can shut up now. Jeez. Religious item. Holy Tomb is worth a lot of money. Well, that was fantastic. Oh well, we'll figure our way out. Oh, okay. Well, that's probably a teleporter. I just love teleporters. This is going to be one of those dungeons, isn't it? I like how it's a level 16 lock and it just takes one hit with my lockpick to open it. What are you? Oh, you're undead. Hello, spider. You, here. There, problem solved. Really? Oh, jeez. You jerk. I'm not even sure what I'm really looking for, other than maybe Lysandas's body? Ooh, I've gained skill in backstabbing with a hammer. It's perfectly normal to stab with a bludgeoning object. I was already here. Oh boy, it is going to be one of those dungeons. Alright. I had come up this way. I sure am hearing some sounds. Let's go down this way. Oh, that's fun. What is this? Oh, it's a potato sack, I guess. With no potatoes. Oh boy. Oh, hi. It just appeared out of nowhere there. It's a good thing I'm not an arachnophobe. That probably would have scared the piss out of me. Oh, that's the potato sack. Let's check out you. This way. No, spider, come here. I need your body to serve as a reminder of where I've been. Okay, that was not as centered as I was hoping it would be. I don't like this place. Passengers are going up and down and left and right, and zombies. Oh, and I never got that identify. Do I have an identify spell? I don't think I do. Oh, I do. Zero out of 1 identified. Okay. There we go. So what do these sandals do? Sandals of Wildfire, cast when used wildfire. That not going to be very useful to me. Hello, spider. I don't know where I've been. I don't know where I'm going. I do know that there are lots of spiders. Okay, I'm hearing a nymph. I feel like touching that skull was a terrible idea. Jesus freaking... Now that is how you ghost. They sure went, Pooh. Oh, hi, spider. Oh, that's not good. Who are you gonna call? Freaking Niagara, that's who. I'll bust your ghosts. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I'm sometimes startled by them, but I ain't afraid of them. A map. Alright. The Cristona Coven in wherever... Here, I have that in my notes, don't I? Menavia. Alright. Menavia. Proton hammer, indeed. Nothing. Wait, I saw you. Hiding in the corner. You think you can hide from me? It sure as hell tried. I'll give it that. Good. We'll take that. I have no idea where I am at this point. I'm just sort of wandering randomly. This feels much... Freaking okay, I get it. There's a secret around here. Two secret doors holding spiders. Why? Ooh, loot. Spider's venom. Yeah, trust me, I've got plenty of that already. Wait a minute. I'm okay. Hang on. Boo! I sneak up on you this time. Not sure. No, I have not been here. Now we're getting into rooms with single bats. This feels a little bit more deliberately designed. It doesn't feel well designed, but it feels a little bit more deliberate. It also feels extraneous? I don't know. Like, why have all of these rooms? Oh boy. What did these bats do to be put in jail? See, that's what I'm wondering. Oh, that's lots of spiders. Oh, hold on. Okay, now that I can save, what is going on here? So this place feels important. Okay, there's a lever. Oh. Oh. Oh, wait for me. This is obviously where I'm supposed to go. Oh, thank you for the reminder to hydrate. Let me go ahead and do that now before something important happens. I was starting to get a little parched. Oh, and you weren't here earlier, Wolf. Today's snack is a snickerdoodle protein cookie. More spiders. Here, come here. Let me give you a hug. Oh, thank you for the snack. As soon as I take care of these spiders, I will have a piece of my cookie. Oh, is this it? Hang on. Let's go ahead and save. Let's open up our cookie. So I'm gonna need to mute my mic while I eat. I'll take a big chunk here. Oh no. I was muted, thank you. I think I'm good now. Hang on, let me check. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was muted, which means you were probably hearing me eat, so I'm sorry about that. Yeah, just FYI, I do have it so that if my name is in chat, I will see it show up in red. If you do need to get my attention for something like that, just use my name, and I'll be, it's more likely I will see it. So, I don't know if it was caught, but I interacted with it, nothing happened, so I'm wondering if this is something that happens later? Like, I have to come here later? Which means I got ahead of myself, which means I just wasted a bunch of time. So yeah, I think I found the tomb of Lysandus, but because the quest trigger has not been triggered, I can't do anything here. Does anybody remember the route that we took? You know what? It seems pretty safe down here. I'm gonna take a nap. There. Up, up, down, right, left, right, left, right. Thank you. I'm glad somebody was paying attention. Wouldn't it be great if that was the instructions to navigate all the maps? That pretty seamlessly merges with the floor. Well. Okay, then. Now what? So let me see here. So I believe we went left. So the next time we come here, we'll have to do that again. I'll be honest, I might use a map for it the second time because I don't want to get lost. And we've already been here once, and I am not committing this to memory. That's a little too much work for me. Let us get out of here. Do these weigh anything? Technically, yes. But I can't remove them, so they may not actually count. Oh, it's dark out. Whoops. Well, it's fine. Alright, well, let me check my notes. I got an achievement in Twitch, like clockwork. Stream for 12 unique days in the last 30 days. Okay. Done. Cool. Let's see. Where's my notes? Actually, sorry, it was annoying. Let's see. Found his tomb, I think, but couldn't interact with it yet. Needs quest trigger first, question mark. Okay. I think we still need to find this court sorceress, Medora de Rennie. So I think we will go to the Isle of Belfiera again and see if we can't figure out where the fortress of Fojum. Why do I have that in my notes? I think, wait, wasn't that the Prince Shirtum stuff? No, that was where, yeah, that was where we had to go for Prince Shirtum. Okay, we'll figure this out eventually. Okay. I don't think... Whoops. I don't think that last time we came here we asked questions and nobody knew where to find them. Like they just weren't showing up on the list. The textures here are different. That's interesting. Pardon me. Hi. Yes, good day. Hang on. Let me make myself look pretty. don't think. Where am I? You're in Blackhead. You're in Blackhead in Isle of Balfiera. Any news? Apothecaries of Arcay and summoners of Kinnereth hate each other. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody didn't end up dead because of it. Since I have nothing to say, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have much luck asking these people where to find. Well, let's find a mage's guild. We know there's one somewhere on these islands. No, not tell me about. Where is? Upvale, that's where I wanted to go. Okay, thank you. Is there not an Upvale? No? Okay. So that's the nearest one? That's the nearest one. Damn it. Am I not supposed to be here yet? No, this is Wartail. No, what? Wrong button. Is it here? No. Okay, I give up. Where's Upvale? Where is Upvale? No, that's... You gotta love it. Not much what's Upvale with you. Har har har. Yeah, it's like, I would like to go to Upvale. Did you mean Kogria? Thanks, Clippy. It looks like you're trying to find a mage's guild. Would you like some help with that? No. I want to go to Upvale. Do you wish to travel to Zygoparia? No. Time to go to sleep, Wolf. No worries. Well, I hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams. And hey, if you all have not given Wolf a follow, check him out. He plays some Tomb Raider. He plays some Doom recently. He plays all sorts of fun things. He's a pretty cool guy. Be sure to check him out and give him some love. But nighty night, Wolf. We'll catch you later. I'm hitting the wrong button. I legitimately don't know what to do here. So I think we'll just abandon that particular tactic. And it looks like there's like a mountain here. Would they be somewhere there? There are no dungeons. I could have sworn that there was dungeons before. Oh, wait, I have ports turned on, that's why. Okay, now we've got more things showing up. Okay, so now if I do that... That's why, because I had ports turned on. Yes, I want to go here. It should be the Mages Guild down here. Why is the Mages Guild always flooded? Right there. What time is it? 7. Okay. Well, hello. Would you like to buy magic items? Okay, no. Actually, would you like to buy my magic items? Oh, I can't sell. Okay. What do you got? Steel Sable, hold on. Steel Saber of Undeniable Access uses open. Torgo Short Tunic, Oblivion, Lightning, Far Silence. Oh, a spellbook. Oh, if you accidentally sell yours somehow, I guess you can buy one here. If you're in the Mages Guild. And they let you. Which... How are you supposed to do that if you don't have a spellbook? Oh, these are souls? Oh, that's it's a soul gem with a... Well, it's a soul trap. It calls it soul trap, but it's a soul gem. Holding slaughterfish. Worth 5,000 gold. Huh. I don't want to get into that. I don't... hi. I don't like this Mages Guild. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's terrible. Navigating it is awful, and for some reason the floor is making me feel nauseated. Hi. Do any of you have quests? You do. Okay, great. How did I find you? Okay, so it's in here, and then this, and then around, and then like that. Okay. Let's do a Mages Guild quest. That was disappointing. Okay, that was disappointing. Alright, I want a dungeon quest. Let's see. I think Rogue Imp is one. Let's see. Well, I had work, but I hired the Fighters Guild to do it. Wait, what? And Leslie, someone has been spreading rumors that I need help. I don't need help in anything. Wait, can you... Hold on. Okay. We need you to get a rare ingredient that is hidden away in a nearby dungeon. You will get a finder's fee of 1587 gold pieces. Yes, I'm interested. You're looking for Giant's Blood, which can be found in the ruins of Hearthcroft Tower. You have 11 days to bring it back. Okay. Hang on. Do that real quick. Ruins of Hearthcroft Tower. Yes. Recklessly. Blocks of marble lie nearby. A headless statue lies in the dust. Oh, there it is. Okay. That's a new sound. Somebody's having a grand old time. It concerns me. Oh, I should probably equip this. Hello. Screw it, I'll just take all your stuff. Let's do elevators later, please. Okay, I do not want to do elevators right now. That's just gonna get me more confused. I do want to know who's having such a good time. Do I have to equip this to use it? Like to use the Oblivion spell on it? I'm gonna try something. Oh, hang on. Door somewhere. Oh, hang on here. Hey, Naven, welcome in. Doing all right. How you doing? I am trying to figure. There's the door. You're so loud. Oh, elevator. Okay. Well, I don't know what interacting with that did. But that's okay. Yeah, we are trying to find an ingredient somewhere in this dungeon while we're waiting for the next part of the quest to drop into our lap. Currently a werebore in... Why is this not scrolling down? In your dagger... Oh, no! Well, I hope that's not impacting it too negatively. I know that there's a streamer, he was doing Daggerfall for a while, Josh Strife's Haze, and he became a vampire, and that kind of ruined his playthrough. So he kind of stopped playing Daggerfall. Little Mage Guild quest, yeah. Yeah, I'm just like trying to find, oh hello, dungeon-y type places, because there's somebody here, the sorceress, hang on, let me find my notes again. The court sorceress Medora Direni, somewhere on this isle. We haven't gotten any kind of thing to do anything, and I'm thinking maybe I have to wait for a quest trigger, because we got told where to find the grave of Lysandus, or the tomb of Lysandus, and we did find it, and it had an option to interact with it, and nothing happened. So I'm thinking, okay, I jumped the gun, and I did something I wasn't supposed to yet. So I have to wait for the next part of the main quest. Probably. So I'm seeing whether or not there's anything here that I can do. I kind of doubt it. Hello, ladies. Oh, wait. Cloth. Ooh, Orcish left pauldron. Gimme. I don't know why you're carrying that, but it's mine now. Very interesting. Yes. Why is... I don't know why my chat's not scrolling down. Oh, you know, I didn't check the other stuff, too. Did you have any... Oh, loot pile. I'll take you. I take you. I don't care about any of that stuff. A Daedric Battle Axe. 8 to 18 damage. Well, I'll take it anyway. Dwarven Longbow. Elven Right Pauldron. This person had some good stuff on them. Oh! What are you? Are you the giggle one? A Daedra Seducer. Oh, that must be what all the giggling is for. It's a seductive laugh. Yeah. When I want to have sex with somebody, I also go... It's my mating call. Drawing you in the whole dungeon. Yeah, enticing me with dungeon shenanigans. I mean, obviously she had some fun with this orc. But, it's like, sorry lady, I don't swing that way. I swing this way, and this way, and this way, and this way. Oh god, it's a locked secret door. Oh, thank goodness. I did not want that thing to be blowing in my ear. Hi. Daedric Dagger. How about a Daedric Warhammer? Or perhaps a Daedric Axe. Either of those would be fine. I do want to remove that and put it back in my inventory, though. Anything good in here? No. Alright. But yeah, what are we trying to find? No. I want to know what it is. Giant's blood, that's what it is. Wait, hold on. There we go. You'd be so happy to get a Daedric Warhammer on your save right now. You have Ebony as of last night. Well, Ebony's still pretty good. I mean, you can't do better than Daedric, but, somebody's making some sounds. To you too, wherever you are. Okay. You just need to see the red hammer. No, I get you. A lot of people would be into Longblade, and I just need to see that Daedric Godai Katana. I was here. I don't know where I'm going. Alright, fine. I'll take the damn elevator. I was already here, so let's take this elevator. My built for certain kind of weapons right now? Yes. Right now, my primary skill is with blunt weapons, and then I have a secondary skill in axe. I can't carry anymore. What? Oh, I'm carrying too much money. Whoops. Well, let me check something real quick. Dwarven Claymore. Am I holding anything? Yeah, it is just literally just the money. $5.5. Ugh. Guess I'll leave it behind. So good with a hammer, you can build a house in 3 swings. I wish. Do you know how expensive houses are in this game? They are literally like $1 million gold. Oh, that's the grunting sounds I heard. Giant's blood. Hey, this looks like the giant's blood that Alla Beerwire Greenheart wanted. Excellent. I'm done in here. I'm being humble. Speaking of houses, any recommendations? I have not actually bought a house in Daggerfall yet. Like, in the game. I honestly don't know where you would want to buy one. Honestly. Figure out a couple of counties that you don't mind soiling your reputation on and get a loan for the maximum amount that you can, and then take all that money to a place that you really like and then buy a house. Or you could just like earn it legitimately. When you get to a certain level and you get enough Daedric stuff, the money just comes rolling in. Oh. I suppose this will do. Couldn't you have brought back a fresher sample? The quality of guild members just isn't what it used to be. Well, here's your finder's fee. Oh, shit. Hold on. It's like, I want all of my money, thanks. Yeah, you don't necessarily have to act ethically. There are exploits. Why do you think I've got so much magicka? Is there a bank? But yeah, you'll notice I've got 735 magicka. And that is because I exploited, if I can find the thing, I exploited enchantment. So I have extra spell points for all seasons, because that seems to be the most consistent way to do it. And then I just added extra stuff, but the health leech whenever used is the exploit, because that gives you a whole bunch of extra points to use for enchanting. Of course, you still gotta pay... excuse me. You still gotta pay the gold for it. And I could keep doing this with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more items. I just haven't gotten around to it. I need to find a bank. Oh, I also need to take my meds. Hang on. Where can you enchant? At the Mages Guild. However, you do have to have a certain reputation with them. I forget what it is. Lower than Enchanter. It does take a few ranks of Mages Guild. And then, yeah, you'll want to do more quests. I think you can only rank up once per month. So you may want to juggle a few guilds, or just find other things to do. You can still build up reputation, but you will only rank up, I think, once per month. You also need to have certain attributes, like certain skills, high enough. So if you are not gaining the rank, check your magic casting skills and to make sure that you have raised those. It goes by the thing where if you cast it, it exercises it, so creating a study spell that's cheap is kind of the way to go. It's grindy, it kind of sucks, but it's, you know, that's how you learn your magic. You gotta study. Excuse me. You gotta study. Had a bit of a water hiccup there. I don't know if any of these... I don't know if there's a bank. Everybody's clothing and everything is different here. I've not seen any of these textures before. Where is any bank? You people don't believe in banks? Couldn't say, okay. Mages Guild hated you because you missed a missions deadline, then you made a deal with a demon to get in their good favor for a while. Doing missions while they like you. Whoops. If you do, like... My understanding is that if you do quests for people who are affiliated with the Mages Guild, even if they are not Mages Guild quests, as long as you succeed on them, you should be able to raise your reputation with the Mages Guild kind of like in that manner. But it's probably a lot harder to do it that way, so the easiest thing to do is just don't piss them off. As long as you don't get kicked out of the guild, you should be able to recover. It's when you get kicked out of the guild that it becomes much more difficult. But I don't think they make it, like, completely impossible. Like, I don't think you can soft lock yourself that way. You just make it a lot harder on yourself. So, yeah, like, just don't piss them off. That's the best advice I can give. Okay, nobody believes in banks, so, you did get kicked out. That's why you oh, okay. Whoops. Good luck. That's all I can say. You might need to figure out, like, who is affiliated with the Mages Guild and, like, just talk to them. Just talk to people in the Mages Guild until they give you quests, basically, and those personal quests, hopefully, will help. You took some demonic power to regain their trust. Oh, okay, I didn't know you could do that. But hey, you know, if it works, it works. What am I gonna do now? Because I don't think I'm on the right path here. Like, I think I legitimately am not doing the correct thing. Let me look at my notes. Alright, so we know this Medora Dyreni's somewhere around here, but I don't think I can find her until I get probably a letter. Let's see. I'm actually gonna have to look this up. I need to know if there's like a prerequisite that I'm missing. The missing prince, which I believe I've done. Yes, Prince Lotan needed to know the stuff. I told him the stuff. Let me see something. Oh, okay. So apparently I just look her up by last name. Okay. A flock of raisins. A flock of raisins flies overhead. The Daggerfall raisins. I heard it through the grapevine. I don't remember any other part of that song. Just that there was a lot of claymation. Immersive Ash? Oh, did it say that? And just in case. Okay, first and foremost. Stick the money in there so that I can actually carry some things. And you can go in there. I need you to be identified before... Actually, no, I can identify stuff now. Hang on. I'm not very good at it, but I can do it. Identify. Okay, we'll try that again. Alright. Oh, god damn it. I use tab to get to my inventory because that's the button I'm used to hitting for that, so sometimes I hit tilde by accident. Alright, what is this? Frosty Cloth Amulet of Ice Storms. Casts Ice Storm. Great, that sounds utterly useless. In fact, I'm getting rid of that as well. Okay, I'll keep the rest. Oh, hi. Y'all, you want to cool it? Oh. Oh, what's going on up there? Hold that thought. Okay. Please don't fall over the edge. I don't... Ow. I really don't want to have to retrieve your loot that way. Sure, I'll grab steel items. Why not? Oh, hi. You wanna come down here? Thanks. Ooh, an enchanted diamond. Interesting. Hmm. Oh, jeez. You casting fireballs at me? You want to come over here, lady, and do that? Jerk. What are you? Are you people? I'm very confused. Hang on. Whoa! No, I couldn't get... What the hell pushed me off? Oh, jeez. Hang on. Hang on. First of all, I need to heal. Second of all, I need energy. Oh, shit. Hold on. We got this problem again. Okay. Yeah, I gotta be outside because I'm about to lose all my stamina. Let's see. Ghosts. Hang on. I have to minimize this. Ghosts have been messing you up in your playthrough because you have a critical weakness to paralysis. Yeah, I think I actually have that too. Let me check. History? Oh no, I have a critical weakness to poison. That's why everything has been poisoning me. Honestly, critical weakness to paralysis sounds pretty good, because you can easily fix that with a very cheap spell. Free action. So as long as free action is active, you will not be paralyzed. Oh. I don't need any of that junk. What the heck? See, paralyzed? I will use Cure Paralysis, which is just free action. There is an actual Cure Paralysis effect, but it's a lot more expensive. It does just remove it. Now, you'll see I've got two things going on. I've got the yellow square next to my meters. That is the paralysis ability. And then the feather in the corner, that is my free action. So the two are currently sort of neutralizing each other. If my free action wears off first, I become paralyzed again. But if the paralysis wears off, then I've effectively, cheaply, quote-unquote, cured it. Well, I've let it wear off, basically. Scorpions and paralysis spells are your only weakness right now. Yeah, they can be a problem. But yeah, it's pretty easy to mitigate. Okay. Okay, that was an absolute mess. Like, I actually had to, like, I had to panic run there. Alright, let's do... Now I have to do another anchor. And we'll save. Okay. Let's try this again. Maybe this time we won't fall into a bunch of vampires that try to eat us. Fuck off, skeleton. You too. Okay. You will buy it for sure. You can use the spell maker as well. That's actually how I would recommend going about it. Don't you freaking try to fireball me. Did that actually hit me? I think it actually hit me. Wait, where'd you come from? I gotta be careful. Something pushed me off of this before, and I ended up falling. Oh, okay. Y'all are just kind of going at it there. Okay. You've never used the Spellmaker before? I highly recommend it. Oh, you need to get your reputation up. I don't think it needs much reputation. Okay, good. You've got your wings figured out. Come on over here. So I can hit you with this hammer. Manani. I had a little problems with my words there for a second. Alright. Now I need to be careful again. Oh, it was a trap. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna hide back here. Oh, that may have been a mistake. That may have been a mistake. Oh. Whoops. Whoops. I can't cast spells right now. I have to wait for this to wear off. So how are you doing? How is everyone? I'm just waiting for this silent spell to wear off. Actually, no, I don't have to wait for the silent spell to wear off. I have a contingency plan. There we go. I'm just gonna go back outside. We're just gonna do this again. Alright. Since I need to use magic I can't cast spells! There, now I can cast spells. Alright, well, I'll just go ahead and identify this. There we go. Alright, so this is a Diamond the Protector, which casts shield. Cool. There. Holy crap, game! Oh, okay, well. Don't know what loot you had, but I ain't gonna find out, I guess. Alright, let's go a different direction. Can I go this direction? I cannot. Great. I have to go this direction. I'm gonna have to be careful about that trap. Let's just go ahead and... Yeah. Save versus spell, blah, blah, blah. No! God damn it. Skeleton, can you stand on that thing for me? Skeleton? There's a trap. If you stand in front of the flag, I'll let you hit me. For crying out loud. At least I can actually cast the spell this time. Thanks, skeleton, you asshole. I needed your help before. You were useless. Any other nonsense? I'm just gonna go hide over here for a while and read chat. There's a mummy hunting you every night because you're cursed while simultaneously being hunted by werewolf hunters. Do you mind, ghost? Wraith, whatever you are. While simultaneously being hunted by werewolf hunters, you feel like guts from Berserk. I have not seen that anime, but that does suck. What cursed you? Can I sleep? Nope. Okay, that's fine. I don't need to sleep. Who needs sleep? Alright, somewhere... Oh, you're dead over there. Okay, cool. Hi. Alright. Maybe I should just go in the door. Oh well. That was pointless. Run. Don't give me that nonsense. Bring out my lockpick. Some quest, it was funny, a guy gave you a letter to deliver to someone and ended up having a cursed finger inside of it. Oh. That, there's nothing in here, game. What are you doing to me? Do I have to jump over to those people? Is that the problem? No. You know what? You can just pike right off. Okay. Those look like dead people. I am certain that everybody there is dead. Those trappers, they are evil. I don't like them. Okay, so, yeah, these are, ooh, there's a gruesomely killed people. That's some fun. That's fun. Let's get over here. I'm gonna be over here instead. This is probably where I need to be. Somebody's trying to shoot me with arrows. You need to find the rightful owner to break the curse. Oh my goodness. Okay, there is an interactable. Maybe that did something. I don't know what, but maybe it did a thing. That would be nice. Hello. Let's see. Leather chain. No. Loot. Holy daggers are worth a lot. I will take those. Yeah, I don't know that I've done that quest, so I don't feel too familiar with it. UESP, like if you feel utterly stuck and you can't figure it out, UESP should be able to help you. But if you're trying to figure it out on your own, there should be something in your quest log that might help. Can I just come down here? Just float? You're just gonna fly. Okay, so you're right with that. No, go back. Okay, good. Spells absorbed. Please do not. Oh god. You don't mind having the mummy hunt you? It's a gold to you every night. Well, I mean, yeah, there is that. You may eventually encounter a problem, though. When you really need to sleep and you can't. Okay, good. You're dead now. Oh, I'm not flying anymore. That's okay. I don't think there's anything in that cage. Actually, I want to find out, so I'm going to climb the wall. I'm going to climb the wall. I'm going to climb the wall. Okay, there's nothing. So that was a waste. I don't know, I'm gonna quick save real quick. But yeah, you'll want to be careful with your ability to sleep peacefully, because you may run into a situation like I had to sleep through certain status ailments. Oh goody, teleporters, my favorite. Yes, it's your mummy friend. A holy candle is only worth 5 gold. I do not care. If I find this person in this tower, like, okay, what? Whoa, wait, hold on. What happened to this teleporter? Did it... Wasn't it against the wall? Or... I'm very confused. Okay. I don't know where I'm at now. Money. I don't care about any of that garbage. Do you open? You do not. Okay. Oh, this looks possibly important. I'll do a quick save. Oh, that looks fun. Hi. Wraith has no treasure. Are you trying to cast spells at me wherever you are? You probably are not. You're probably casting a spell at something else. That's fine. You all have fun together. I'm getting out of here. Go. Oh. Can I climb this? How did my competition go with the other streamer? Oh, no worries. So JJ won. I made some bad plays and okay, ow. Oh, I'm regenerating any. Okay, now I've got double regeneration on, so that's fine. Yeah, so yeah, JJ won that one. I made some bad plays. He got the airship before I did. There were a number of things that he did better than I did on that one, and that's fine. The other thing was my white mages kept getting eaten, which probably wasted about 20 minutes. Otherwise, I probably would have been a little bit closer to finishing. God, hi. You want to take a nap? Thank you. I don't like this. I think I'm gonna have to use the map for this. Ow. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop wiggling your hands at me. Yeah, I actually reached out to JJ about whether or not we might want to try doing a bingo card next time, but we'll have to see. The current bingo card for Final Fantasy I Randomizer on Bingo Sync has a lot of squares that I don't really dig, like start with so many characters and things like that. I already went this way. And I would want to make sure that we're rolling a seed that actually, you know, we can, you know, not have half of them blocked out when we start. Basically, it's not compatible with our flag set right now. So I need to... Did I just hear a cat? Did I just hear a cat? Amongst all the other dungeon sounds. Wait a minute, if I heard a cat, maybe that means there's an NPC nearby. Where's the cat? Get out of the way, lady, I've got a cat to find. I'm certain I heard it. Already went this way? Already went this way, right? Yes? No? Don't remember? I must have. That door's open. Sick monsters probably have a cage somewhere. No, I'm thinking that there's a cat next to the NPC, and it's broadcasting a sound. So I heard it broadcast. The only problem is it still could be anywhere. It just means that it's somewhere within hearing, and because I have the one better hearing thing. Hang on, where is it? Acute hearing. You'll hear your hearing range is much larger, which is not always a good thing. Because like I'm hearing stuff from all around the dungeon. I have no idea where its source is. Oh, lich dust. Don't snort lich dust, kids. It'll mess you up. Can you imagine that being, like, a word for a stimulant in, like, some Dungeons and Dragons kind of... Right there! Cat! I heard a cat! Cat. Where's Kitty? I need to find Kitty, because that's probably where person is. Can I climb through the wall? I'm going to climb through the wall to find the cat. That... I don't know why I thought that would actually work. I don't know which direction to go. I am probably going to end up having to use a map when if I just end up getting too badly lost here. I think I'm going further away from the cat. This makes me sad. How am I supposed to pet the kitty? I want to pet the kitty. You ghosts can go away. Stupid ghosts. Have I been here? Yes. This is this place. Alright, let's just try flying. There's loot. Hello, loot. potion recipe I do not care about. Oh, jeez, where did it come from? Okay, you hurt. I don't care about that. We're just gonna take a shortcut. I sneaked it up on it and squished it. Oh, somebody on the other side? A ghost, okay. You couldn't just, like, phase through it, could you? Okay, this is all... Oh, there's a teleporter. Great. More teleporting. I think before I teleport... Oh, I leveled up. Great. Let's get our speed all the way up to 70. Marginal increase. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot more of that. I think I would need to use a haste spell to really do that. Another teleporter. Before we explore that... Hi. Can you die? Thank you. Getting lots of money. Ooh, I don't know if I want to go these directions. I feel very lost right now. I thought I saw something up there. But I was mistaken. This direction. Okay, I guess I take the teleporter. Yay! My favorite. I don't know what you do, but you're probably important. I don't need those. Can one of these teleporters just lead to my destination? That would be great. That would be fantastic. Hello? Lady whose name I forget that I'm supposed to probably find in here. Possibly. Oh, jeez. I thought you were the lady I had to find. You're not. A Mithril Warhammer. 6 to 21, 6 to 20. Okay, it's the same. Damn. Oh, well. Hi. Bye. Okay. Finding all these things and places and stuffs and teleports and... I'll check here first. Another teleporter! Let us thoroughly examine the area first and hopefully it terminates quickly. It did. Good. Oh no, I've been here. Oh, this is the place where I climbed up to see what was in the cage. Oh boy. You gotta peel for a little bit, have a good session, you'll be back later. Yeah, I'll be on for probably maybe an hour-ish. But yeah, I hope you have a good one if I don't catch you. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. And a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams. Ooh, a thing to interact with. Oh, that's right. That's that thing. Let's put that back where it was. Wait a minute. Hold on. Can I interact with that remotely? Like, do I have to go behind this? Oh god, am I gonna regret this? See, if I set a recall point here, I could do that. I don't want to do that. I don't think that's a good idea. I think that's a terrible idea. Ooh, I haven't got it here. Let's go in here. Maybe this is the right direction to go. Oh look, a lever. It made no sounds. That's might be good, that might be bad. Probably still be out, so cats. Yeah, alright, well, no worries. I hope you have a good one, and you take care as well. Hi. Don't go hitting me. Oh, great. Hold on. Great, I might have to escape. I don't have a way to get rid of this. Oh boy. Can I sleep it off? Whoop. That was a mistake. So I don't have a counter for that. Hello? Oh, hi. And I believe that there was nothing over here, so we'll just go ahead and go into the teleporter to get caught back up to where we were. Yeah, we didn't lose a lot of progress. I saved not too long before that. I think. It was right over here. Oh no, it was... I was faffing around with that, then I came over here, then I came in here, and then I was like... I got smacked by that spell, and then we were in trouble. Yeah, I do not have a way to... Oh. I don't want to use that yet. Yeah, but I don't have a way to regenerate. Oh yeah, she's around here somewhere. Wasn't she? There's that. Freaking jerk. Alright, well. Oh, Jesus, freaking. Okay. So now I get to wait. So those save versus spell, basically it's not impacting it. But yeah, I gotta be careful now because, as you saw, as soon as your stamina hits rock bottom, that's it, it's game over. So I have to watch my stamina now. I need this spell to wear off. I mean, I need to... I may have to actually come back here until I have a way to counter that. Which is gonna suck. Ooh, that was a big hit. Jeez. Okay, this is getting too dangerous, unfortunately. I have to recall out. Elven Frosty Dagger. Yeah, that's... I don't need that. No, you stupid... I don't need that diamond either. Okay. Okay, the spell is gone. So I need a response for that. I have to go to a Mage's Guild. Where was the Mage's Guild? A fail. Okay. We need to... Oh, still got one more hour. Okay, now the Mage's Guild is open. So I need to figure out a way to dispel magic on myself, and I think there is a spell effect that will allow you to do that. But I'm not sure how expensive it will be. I'm pretty sure it will be a % chance kind of thing, which means it's probably going to be expensive. So we will see. Buy spells? No, I want to make spells. No. Where is the spell maker? Hi. Make spells. Okay, let me save first. Okay. Dispel magic. Negates magic effects. Chance of dispelling magic. So if I do 10... Oops, hold on. If I do 10... Oh, that's 364 magicka. Yeesh. What level am I? 12, right? Yeah. Oh, too bad I can't do decimals! Okay. So 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Wait, no. It's 12 per level, so 12, 24. You know, why don't I just get a calculator? Okay, 8.3. So, that's 8. So that's 96%. Plus 1 is 97, 98, 99, 100. You know, actually, no, that's like 97% just right there. So slightly cheaper. way to make that any cheaper at all. That's fine. Caster only. It's a good icon we can use for Dispel. I don't know. I got all sorts of healing ones. May have overdone it with that on the icon set that I made. I guess one of these will work. Let's do a purple one of those. How long did that last? 1 + 3 per level. Okay, that's if I need it, but I don't want to rely on that. Okay. So that's a 100% chance to dispel, I believe. Oh, okay. I have to actually select what to dispel. But it is a huge chunk of magic, unfortunately. So that is one of those situations where I might have to take a nap after going after vampires. What other goodies do we got that we might need? Cure disease, trial of poison, no. I think it's continuous damage fatigue is what I'm getting hit with. What I need is continuous replenishment, but I don't... Regeneration is the only thing that comes close, and that only affects health, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would have made a spell that does that. Regeneration tends to be more efficient because it's not always immediate, at least in the original game. In Daggerfall Unity, it seems to do the first tick a lot quicker. But in the original game, Regenerate, you would cast it, but the first tick was not when you cast it. So if you desperately needed healing, you needed to cast it, but you also needed to back the heck off from whatever was killing you. That way you could give it time to actually regenerate and heal your wounds. But it was a lot more efficient in terms of how much healing you would get out of the magicka that you spent. Let's see, damage, detect. What can I detect? Enemy magic treasure. I don't know if that's going to help. Drain? No, that's not going to help. Elemental resistance. Fire, frost, magicka, poison, and shock. Heal. Yeah, heal fatigue is what I had to do. There's no regenerate fatigue, there's just regenerate, which is just health. Identify, invisibility, jumping, levitate, light, lock. Mage light. Lock is not going to be helpful. Excuse me. Enemies are just going to bash things down. Mage light, which I believe is just colored light. Open, pacifying. Animal, daedra, humanoid, or undead. Paralyze, regenerate, shadow, shield, silence, slow fall, Soul Trap, Spell Absorption, Spell Reflection, Spell Resistance. I can get these on magic items. Teleport. Transfer? My transfer fatigue might also be something it's trying to do, but let's see, water breathing, water walking. I wonder if you can make enemies fall unconscious. Water walking is actually just more of a swift swim, but I have yet to find a need for that. So I think that's all I got. I think that's all I need for right now. So, yay. Oh, I should have set an anchor point. It's fine. I know where the tower is. A huge bat flaps slowly overhead. Now the question is, can I find, what is her name anyway? Where's my notes? Medora Direni. Okay. Can we find a Medora? Or should I just use the map? We're gonna do a little bit more exploring before I use the map. If I get tired of this, I might use the map, though. I don't need that. I do need to put some money in the wagon. Because it's very heavy. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and put that in there too. I only need the axe as a backup here. It's slightly used. It's funny how armor's getting beat to crap, but it's still good as new. My weapon is getting beat up though. It's always good to check your magical items to make sure that they're not wearing out. Okay, let's try this one more time. Yes, yes, rah, rah, rah. Anything good? A Daedric longbow? Okay. It's too bad I don't use longbows. Potion recipe. I'm actually gonna go ahead and put that in my thing real quick. Yes, I saw you, ghost. There's stuff around here. Oh, okay, hold on. It's a sleep spell. That's what they're freaking casting. Adamantine Claymore. It's not bad. Okay. We have gained some valuable intelligence as to what they have been casting on us. So it is a sleep spell. Let's see what's here. Oh, okay. What was that? The door closed on me. What the heck? Oh. Okay. Well, you didn't need to do that, Ghost. Wraith, whatever. Okay, well, this is, useless. Ooh, no, you don't. Wait, did that not succeed? God damn it. Seriously, there's like a 3% chance of it failing, and it failed? Oh boy. Well, that puts me in a really awkward situation. Oh god, okay. Yeah, and I can't cast Dispel again. God damn it. Alright, well, we do have a save. I'm gonna try something. Nope, never mind. I'm not gonna try something. And that's that you are easy prey to roaming monsters and never awaken. Yeah, that's kind of cheap. That is some cheap garbage right there. You freaking did it again. Okay, we'll do another save. Wait a minute. Hang on. Hang on. Eh. I'm already regenerating. So apparently if I'm close enough, they won't cast sleep. Here's the freaking thing I'm hearing. Go away, you stupid freaking... God, so loud. Don't you dare. Don't you cast it. Double secret door, it is. I don't think this is the correct direction. But, no, it must be... Oh, really? Really? Yeah, not taking a chance. Why were they in there? Who knows? Yeah. Die. I don't want your freaking scarab. So many wraiths. This way, I guess. Because I don't know which direction to go. Is this a special place? Do I need to be here? This looks special. Can this be the special place, or no? Okay, well. We're looking for a lady, and she's not here. Make all these special looking rooms. Yep, hi rat. I hear door. Okay, I don't know where it went. Bah. Did you... Seriously? What the heck was that about? Things are closing the doors on me. That's gonna make it confusing. Oh, hello. Is this a thing that's important? Or is this just set decoration? It's probably just set decoration. But I'll have to remember that for later. Just in case. Oh. Okay, but this is new. Probably important. Oh, God. Let's just take a nap. Sit down, son. Oh, hello, box. I can only assume that I've been here. Okay, cool. We circled back on ourselves somehow? Okay, well, we haven't done all this. Hello? Lockpick? Thank you. It does not take that much dexterity to unlock this door with my great big giant lockpick. Knock knock. Who's there? Orc. Orc who? Orc, you gonna let me in? Okay, it was terrible, I'm sorry. All that for... Oh my god. I will admit, I am feeling a little bit lost, thinking this is not the right direction. We have been here already, but I don't know if I've missed anything. Then I came this way, and then I think I went that way, so let's try these directions. I think this is the other way I took. Let's try... Okay, we have not gone this way. You can die. Preferably in a fire. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not into that. Not the kind of dungeon fun I'm looking for, thanks. I don't remember if I went left or right. Probably left. So we'll try right. Yep. Okay. I hear all these angry sounds everywhere. Knock, knock. Who's there? Oh, well, I don't get to finish the joke now because you let me in. Sorry, I'm gonna have to leave you in suspense. This was a terrible idea, wasn't it? Because I exited, and there's no progress. Hi! Right, there was... Okay, this is all familiar. Okay. Okay. Alright. Oh, no! No, 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 no. So, chat, you can warn me if I have not anchored. If you notice it. Please feel free to tell me I have not anchored. I won't mind at all. We might be trapped in here for a while. This might be pain. Oh, pike off with your paralysis garbage. There are enemies nearby. Okay, I vaguely recall this direction. Jeez, freaking loud door. Go away. Did I go this way before? I don't remember. No, this way led... That way led to other things. I think I have to climb. Let me up, let me up, let me up. Okay. I think I come this way. Right? Maybe? Yes. Cool. And this is exit? Oh, no, this is not exit. Oh, could you kindly pike off? Okay, I'm... Hello. Okay, well, I know where I'm at now. You... Jeez, holy freaking crap. Okay. This is not a perfect place to set an anchor, but I will set one. I don't care about that. I don't think I'm on the right half. What? Yeah, okay, hi. I don't want to go there. Ooh, an enchanted holy dagger. Knock, 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 knock. I don't know what any of that did. I don't know if any of it was important. I do know that I am in the wrong half of these staircases. Ooh, ooh, the thing opened. The thing opened. Is this a good thing? Or is this a bad thing? I don't know. Well, I've got my anchor point set, so... Ow. Whoa, what? Jeez, freaking... Whoa! Pardon me. Jeez, friggin'... I think I killed him. I love haste. Okay, so now that we've done that, what happens next? We're down here. There was an angry lich. A loot pile. Look, this is great and all, but I want lady. There's supposed to be a lady down here. Freaking. Okay, enough with the damned... Yeah, it's okay. These secret doors don't lead anywhere. This does not feel the right way. This feels like I'm getting myself lost again. Where's this? I've been here before. I took that teleporter. Oh no. Oh no, and I just ran around the halls at full speed. I don't know where to go back. How do I get back? Back here? I think it's back here. Maybe it's back here. I don't know. Oh no. I can teleport if I need to. Oh. A door. Okay, alright. Yes, Deep Dark Dungeon, typical place to find some girls. Quiet, you. And I did not say that I was looking for girls. I said I was looking for a lady. There's a very specific lady I'm looking for. I don't remember her name. Hang on, let me get my notes. Medora. Oh god, okay. Nope. This is turning into a mess. There's a lady in here. I'm gonna walk up to her. She's gonna be like, "Oh, I am Medora, princess of the Derini Tower," or something like that. I don't know. I was trying to do a She-Ra reference and I bungled it because I couldn't remember the introduction. I don't want to be in this dungeon anymore. I don't even know whether or not I'm doing this correctly, because for all I know, I need to have a map trigger, or not map trigger, quest trigger before I can do anything. So, let's fly up here. Wow, since I've got flight, let's see, that should be, yes, over here. Alright. I'm using a map. Because I need to know whether or not I can actually do this yet. Oh god, I just glanced at the map and it says you will have to go through this place 4 or 5 times in the course of the game. Oh god, why? Why do you do this to me, game? We are using a map every time we come here. Okay, when you enter Dyreni Tower, immediately turn left, go through the door, descend the stairs, turn left, cross the room, go up the stairs. On the first landing, you should see a wheel. This wheel will move a wall near the exit, but there's another wheel elsewhere that will activate the same wall, so you don't need to mess with it now. Instead, ignore the wheel and turn right. Okay, well... okay, we come up here, do this. I guess we ignore that for now. Why am I hearing ching 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 ching? What's being hit? Wait, no. There... what? Did I... oh, is that the wheel? This is not an alcove. Oh, wall near the exit. Oh, I bet I know what that's talking about. But where's the alcove? Because this is not it. Maybe? No. No, I could have sworn I remember seeing it. What was that? Oh, okay, apparently I didn't grab that. This is not it. What the hell is going on? Oh, this is the alcove right here. This is what I meant. Okay, and I did interact with that. So, in theory, I didn't even look. So I totally missed it. So, aha. No? No, not aha. No, aha. Ah. Wait, I've been here? Have I been here? I don't know if I've been here. I see a corpse. I've been here. Shoot. Alright, hang on. Let me get back to the entrance. It said not to worry about it for right now, so maybe I don't have to be here yet. Even with a map, I'm getting lost. Jeez. Find a hole in the floor. The hole is a one-story drop. Once you enter the hole, turn around, you'll see another hidden stone door. No, hang on. These maps are useless. When you reach the second to last landing, you'll see a third door on the stairs. Enter the door. Oh my god, this is Morrowind directions. Okay, we'll do this one step at a time. Immediately turn left, which I did, go through the door, descend the stairs to the right. Turn left. And cross the room. Go up the stairs on the opposite side, starting near the trap door in the floor. On the first landing, you'll see a wheel in the alcove. We ignore that. So there's that. Instead, ignore it, turn right, follow the stairs up several flights when you reach the second to last landing. Okay, second to last landing. So, here's the last landing, here's the second to last landing. You'll see a third door on the stairs, enter the door, and then turn left. There's a hidden door, which we already opened. Open it, follow it, until you go down a ramp where you'll find a hole in the floor. Okay, hole in floor. Once you enter the hole, turn around, and you'll see another... Wait, there's another? No, this must be... There must be it. Okay, yeah, right there. Okay, there's the hidden door. Open that door and go through. Follow this curving hallway without turning down any passages until you find a lever on the wall to your left. That was not correct. Oh, immediately turn left when you exit to find another door. So, this. Which apparently I have not been. Okay, so I follow the curvy. I don't go down any passages until there's a lever. At the lever, turn right and follow that curving hallway until you come to another door. Which I have been here. I think this is the door. When you enter the door, turn left and follow that hallway to the end where you will find another door. Turn left. Don't you dare! I was trying to dodge and weave. I didn't want it to cast sleep on me. Turn left, follow that hallway to the end where you'll find another door. Wait, alternatively you can go straight and follow the path outlined in blue, but it's more complicated with more turns and a higher chance for enemy encounters or taking a wrong turn. Yeah, gotta love that about this game. Didn't say to make any turns, right? Follow the hallway to the end where you'll find another door. Okay, so I follow it to the end. Ignore all the side passages. We just keep going. Look, a door. Okay, found a door. Open that door and enter a cavernous room with 6 stone pillars. Could you get out of my face? It did mention wraiths. Let's see. Cavernous room, 6 stone pillars, and 3 walls. Or 3 wraiths. There are 3 hallways leading to doors. The one in the middle has ramps that go down either side before you see the door. Both ramps end in the same location. Follow it down either way. Okay. Okay, this. I'll take an orc strength potion, sure. Okay, somewhere around here there's an exit. Let's see. I feel like the whole cavernous thing has gotten a little messy, so it has me go like this, and then like this, and like that, and like this. Oh, okay. Go down the ramp either way. Bottom of the ramp, you'll see a pillar on your left with levers on each side. You jerk. Oh, levers. Okay. Levers on each side. Pull the 2 levers on the sides of the pillar facing the bull tapestries, but leave the other 2 alone. Oh. Okay. Okay. Go to the door where you hear the vampire ancient, open it, and follow the maze through another door. What? Where I hear a vampire ancient? You couldn't just give me directions. 'Cause there's a door there. Okay, there's a door here and it's making sounds. Oh god, okay. I'm going to assume that that's the vampire ancient. I don't like that sound. Open it and follow the maze through to another door. From there, follow the hallway upstairs until you are facing a lich. Just past the lich on your right is the door to Medora's chamber. What? Door? Ow. Could you stop? Hold that thought, would you? I found you. Greetings, Iagra. I am Medora Dereni, former sorceress to the court of Daggerfall. I have an interest in helping you in your aim to exorcise the spirit of King Lysandus, but I can do little in my present circumstances. If you would pay a visit to a certain other sorceress, I can lift the curse on Dyrene Tower. Will you do this for me, Iagra? Absolutely. I will be in your debt, Iagra. Nulfaga, the mother of my former Lord Lysandus, is a renowned mystic, but I have heard whispers that the loss of her son has turned her mad with grief. If this is not true, she can and will help me. I will need a certain rare item, the horn of a great unicorn, to break the curse on Dyrene Tower. If Nulfaga is indeed mad, you must search her castle for this horn yourself and bring it back to me. I will expect you back in 61 days. This is timed! Also, there's the cat. There is instructions for... Okay, alright. Did she say where that was? I must search her castle, she dungeoned for the horn myself. Okay. I really wish that I could set multiple teleport spots because I would set one right in front of her so that I don't have to do this again. But I'm going to have to use the map again. This is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong. I'm not insane. You're insane. Just in case. strange silence envelops you. Yeah, that's the silence you feel when you realize the quest that you are on is... Okay. Where did you say I had to go? She dungeon. Do I have any notes about this? Just retrieve it. Okay. Active. Time. Limited. You can't bother to say where it's at. Okay, nope. Not one of those. No, exit. Let's see. Oh, that was quick. Rothgarian Mountains. Really? Mark that down. I don't want to forget. Located in Rothgarian Mountains. Yeah, let's travel there. Recklessly to save time. We can't travel there by ship. Hang on. We need to do this a little differently. Ports. I need a bank. I need to get a letter of credit. I'll talk to you how I want. Thank you. Oh, hang on. Let's tell my phone that I'm not asleep yet. Hang on. Hang on. Ah, come on. Oh, nope. Okay. 7,000? Okay, very confused on the banking that just happened, but whatever. I've got 2 letters of credit. It's fine. I should probably sell all this junk and get another letter of credit while I can. Is this supposed to be? No, that is not a shop. This is a shop. Oh, good, it's an armor shop, too. Hi, buy my junk. I'm not even going to worry about the other thing, stuff doing, building up mercantile. Just give me my good letter of credit. It's exactly what I want. What else do I got in here? Ingredients and a bunch of magic stuff, which I don't think I have identified. Shoot. Well, that I do. That I do, that I do, that I do. You I don't. Okay, so I need to identify one thing. Oh, come on. Identify. Come on, identify! I don't know. Did I save? I saved outside. Good enough. I think that's the only thing I need. Okay. There. What are you? Venom antidote? Huh. How much do you weigh? Half a kilogram. You know what? I'll keep it. I mean, I have a spell that can do that, but if I don't have any magicka, yeah. You can have these, though. Okay. Anything good? Really? Garbage. Go through the doorway, please. Alright, I need, an alchemist. Alchemist. Very helpful. I love you. Hi, buy my junk, please. Yeah, buy this too. Oh, okay. Gotta find a regular store now. Maybe over here? Don't know about that. Maybe. Yeah, pawn shop. That's what I need. I do like that the interior texture is a little bit better. Okay. I will keep all that. And back to the bank. It was somewhere down here. Yeah, over there. The Queen's Dungeon? What? Is that a leather bar? Okay, we're just gonna deposit everything. Oh, no, that was a mistake. I did my math wrong. That's fine. I'll take 2 letters of credit. It's not the end of the world. They're just half a kilogram each for some reason. I think. Oh no, a quarter of a kilogram, sorry. Which is, I don't know. What's a quarter of a kilogram in pounds? Okay, about half a pound. A little over half a pound. Why does 1 check weigh half a pound? Anyway, what was I doing? Oh yeah, she dungeoned. What do you mean I don't have enough gold? Give me my money. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Where did I set my anchor? Does anybody remember where I set my anchor? Okay, we're gonna find out, since I just saved. Ah, this place. Okay. Which will save me about 10 days. Is this going to be shenanigans? Oh. This is going to be shenanigans. Well, I think that's enough for one night. So, what is it? Week 4, May. Do she dungeon quest thing, whatever I got to do there. All right, I got a note. I have a note. Oh my goodness. Well, this has been fun, hasn't it? We've made progress. We found the lady person. And... I think I'm... the dungeons are eroding my soul. They are painful. But yeah, I think I'll be using maps. I hope nobody's super disappointed at that, because unfortunately, Daggerfall is from an era where these were the techniques they used to pad out the runtime. To make, and that always seems to be Bethesda's goal, to make the forever game. The game that you play for all eternity. They weren't very good at how to do it. They started to get better at it, starting with Morrowind. But yeah. Let's find somebody to say hello to while we wrap up for the night. Oh, you know what? Val, you were playing Blasphemous 2 before, and there's a streamer, Saphoquail, that is just starting. Looks like they're playing some Blasphemous. And if you haven't already, I don't know who's still up and around. I don't know if I gave you a shout out earlier today or not, but if you haven't already done so, make sure you check out Val. I think I gave them a shout out. I don't know, it's been a very long night and I don't remember half of what went on. But yeah, check them out. They are playing Blasphemous 2. Very beautiful game. But let's go and say hi to Sappho. And see how they do with Blasphemous 1. And that's gonna do it for tonight. So, as we wrap up for the night, I do want to remind you all that you matter, you are important, you are cherished, and you are missed when you're not around. You deserve to be you. You can conquer the challenges that come your way. Have courage, be strong, and until next time, take care. Bye for now.